Hello. How if I unmuted? Turned on my oh god. Oh, it's up too high. That's God. I'm a mess. Now that this is new. What's up? How's it going? Merry Crimbo. I hope you're having a good night. I'm so excited to play more Ace Attorney. I'm so excited. This is gonna be great. We might finish this game tonight. We might not, but we might. I don't know. I don't know where the game is going. I assume we're gonna find out what actually happened with the professor case, and with oh god, I forgot that. Oh god, I forgot that Gregson is dead. Oh my god. I'm not okay. I'm like aggressively bouncing between hyperfixations this week. I'm not mentally here. I forgot to get water. I'm just a mess. But we might finish this game. And I'm really sad about it. Because this game is so good, and if I could play it for the rest of time, I would. This game is amazing. I was just at a Christmas party, that's why I'm starting late. And I was just thinking about the fact that when this game finishes, I'm gonna be really sad about it. Like when this series is finished. Okay. When I finally finish all of the Ace Attorney games, I'm gonna be really sad. Like, I'm gonna be happy to move on a little bit with my life, and play something else. You know, there's a lot of series in the world that I kind of want to sink my teeth into. I gotta really play some Dragon Age Inquisition at some point next year, before Dreadwolf comes out, whenever the fuck that comes out. I gotta play Baldur's Gate. I gotta buy Baldur's Gate, but I gotta play Baldur's Gate. I don't know that I'll stream that one, but I gotta play Baldur's Gate. And fucking, for Horizon Forbidden West, when that comes out, I gotta play that. There's so many good games, so many games I want to play. I kind of want to start streaming an extra night a week, but I don't really know when I would do that. Maybe Tuesdays, maybe a day on the weekend, but I don't know, because I live with human beings who expect me to be present sometimes during the week. And I don't have a lot of free days to begin with. But we'll see. I want to. I kind of do Fridays or series, whatever series we're playing, play that day. And then other days, just whatever I feel like playing. If I feel like playing a side game, I feel like playing some multiplayer thing. If I feel like doing a different long game, I don't know. I don't know. I gotta figure out my schedule, but I am interested in doing that in 2024. God, it's almost 2024. This will not be the last stream of the year, obviously. I will stream on the 29th. There should be nothing stopping me from streaming on the 29th. I'm delighted and excited about it. Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm bittersweet about finishing this game and this series as a whole. But that's gonna be a ways away, because we gotta wait for the end of January for Apollo to come out. Which then I don't know what I'm gonna play in January because we're gonna finish this game either tonight or next week. So I gotta figure out what we're gonna start 2024 off doing. Maybe we hop into Dragon Age, and then I pause it when the Apollo Justice trilogy comes out. We play the last two games, and then I hop back into Inquisition. And I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll figure it out mentally, emotionally. Okay, let's get the game going. Beautiful. Um, because the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Final chapter. We're gonna have voice acting again? No. Oh, we're going right into court. Okay. Oh. I pressed the wrong button. So, the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Susato. Miss Susato? You okay, girlfriend? Babe, Oh no! What's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing? I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but... I'm so sorry. Of course, I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but... I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me to my feet, then? Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. Babe, what's wrong, hun? Susato-san isn't her usual self at all. But that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She's just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective, not to mention... Oh, good morning, sir. Oh, hi. Lord Van Zeeks. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I just hear that correctly? What? Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Good point. The Reaper, I suppose in hindsight. I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod, to wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Bud. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. He was obviously extremely important to you. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Oh, shucks. Thank you. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, hi, honey. Oh, Iris. When did you get here? Oh! I brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him to clear his head. I thank you.
Oh,
That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris.
Oh?
Sort of subdued, I suppose.
I am not.
What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Seitz's laboratory.
All right then. Good luck to you both. I have to make a move now.
Oh, you're not staying? I thought you want to watch today's proceedings.
Well, I like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready.
Get ready? For what?
Oh, yes. Would you take this?
Is it a little bunny, Sholmes? Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack? Oh, it is! It is dangling on her backpack. I never noticed that.
Yes, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I made once.
A Hurley? Looks more like a Hairley to me. For you.
If for some reason you completely run out of oxygen in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ear as hard as you possibly can.
What? Pull his ears?
That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it.
Iris's lucky charm has been entered into the court record. Can I examine it? You think what we'll need is luck? Oh. What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the doll's poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry. I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn stoic patience. But I want to know. Me too. Look at his little bag. Oh my god, it's so cute. Oh, and its little feet. Oh, it's so cute, Iris. I want one.
I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom. And it seemed very different to normal.
Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? Is it Lionheart, Brave, whatever the fuck his name is? Lord Strongheart? That's his name. What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris?
I don't know. He was out all night and hadn't come home by the time I left this morning.
Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too, do you think, Mrs. Otto? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? Father, and Judge Jigoku, I mean. Judge Jigoku, too. That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel for the defense of the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once.
Good luck then, Bruno. Good luck, Susie.
Yeah, thanks, Iris.
And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well.
Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing.
Oh, I'm so glad.
We must go inside now, Lord Van Zieks. That's all you gotta say is, Lord Van Zieks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today, I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. my best friend, Kazuma Osagi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. They're in love. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Oh my god, the drama. I'm so nervous. Oh, it's dead quiet. Feels even more oppressive in here than it did yesterday. You like don't notice the murmuring until it's not there. And the judge isn't there. There are cold stares piercing at me like knives from all sides today. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, look! Lord Strongheart! Kazuma, say something! Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal in the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. I think Strongheart had something to do with all of it. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial, and one over which I, male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. His cade's a unicorn, I never noticed that. The 6 jurors' flames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. Their voices are too close. On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zieks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Barak Van Zieks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice. Mr. Daly Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out regular Scotland Yard work, when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation, because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to this crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed 1 day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Otsuki. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday that the time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st November. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. Kazuma. Hi, Gina. State your name and occupation for the court. Hi, Nico. Not much. Iris gave us this as a good luck charm. It's a little bunny, Sholmes, and she taught us to yank on the ears really hard when we need good luck. Vanzik seems to be in like a good mood, weirdly. Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku and Sherlock Herlock were all out all night last night and didn't return in the morning. We don't know where they are. That's really it. And Lord Strongheart is the judge now. Lord Strongheart is presiding over everything. That was a startling revelation. That's it. Oh god, I have to get into the Gina voice. Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina? Again? What's your problem, Odo? What's with that Gina again look, eh? The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out the back slums at the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right, all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigation yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face. Lord Strongheart knew. I hate this man. I've had bad vibes from him from the very first time we saw him, but I don't like him. How are you doing, Nico? So, Inspector Lestrade. Let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Coming right up, sir. all yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook and had loads of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Okay. What witnesses? Smuggled goods? I don't know, do I? Just tell you what was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So, Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets. It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority without the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. Hi! Here and ready for the pain of this final case. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not ready for this game to be over. I'm gonna be really sad when this game is over. It's so good. And I don't know if I'm ready for the emotional distress that this is about to provide. We'll see if I can finish it all in one go. It might be a really long stream, but we're gonna try. That can't be. We haven't heard anything about any of this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Barak Van Zieks, was present. That would be very significant testimony then. Oh my, but Lord Van Zieks has made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord Van Zieks has had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Very well then. Counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination. He angry. I don't like him. Kazuma. Alright. I want to press this statement. Hold it! Lord Van Zieks was at the club? He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. It looks like there's no disputing that he was there then. Well, we know that Lord Van Zieks was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he'd already discovered the inspector's secret notebook. Which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there? None have been able to have been identified at this time, no. Then why do we care? So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club. Oi, why ain't you asking Inspector Lestrade here, eh? Sorry, Gina. So that's all I've got to work with. Well, okay. I gotta press it. I'll just press everything else. Yeah, I get it. I know. It's just a clue, perhaps. Blah, 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 blah. I get it. I'm just gonna press everything. What, the scallop? What the what? Hold it! You had an ad? Twitch, what the fuck? I have an ad break going on right now, but you shouldn't be getting it. You're a subscriber. What the fuck? So, you follow orders, do you, Gina? Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see? Oh. The boss always adds special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips, or go and give Toby his grub, that kind of thing. So, errands more than orders, then. This detective is still an apprentice, after all. Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigations into what happened. I didn't find much at first.
Hold it!
So you went through Inspector Gregson's things? Yup, as part of the independent Lestrade investigation.
You want a big boy, you want a little boy?
A little boy.
Thank you for the 27-month resub, Nico. That would explain it. I didn't even notice that your subscriber badge wasn't on there because you got a bunch of other fun badges. I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. So I snuck into his office when no one was about. Because if anyone in the yard had seen me going in there, they'd have turfed me straight out into the street. This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else. The prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook. You got it! Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and a trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. We found it hidden in one of his desk drawers that had a false button. That's impressive. So then I went to hide it myself when no one could find me, so I'd have a butcher's at what was written in it. Oh my god, her lines are really hard to say. Because if anyone at the yard had found me, they'd have tuffed me straight into the street. I've given it though. I've given it in now though, ain't I?
A little boy.
Thank you for gifting a sub to Ivy Pool, Nico. You're so sweet. I love you. And if it weren't for me, it would have never been found. Okay. Boss was looking at smuggled dealings that day. In this grand final case. Oh, I'm gonna get so emotional. Let's see if I cry on stream. Place your bets. Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yep. It was all in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in future. Therefore, the prosecution has asked not to reveal the name of these proceedings. I don't know what the fuss is about. It's right here. All I got to do is read it out. And I could, too. I got this reading game buttoned up now. Can't I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the arm? The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? I would love to insist. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection. Okay. Kazuma? What are you... There's no question that Inspector Grayson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Strongheart does not like Kazuma, but I don't like Strongheart, so it's fine. Right then, I get to show off me reading skills. She's so cute. Apparently, smuggled goods was gonna happen at a gentleman's club called the Grouse.
Hold it!
Grouse. The Grouse? What sort of a club is that? I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I am kinda curious. They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Like you! Like us! Kazuma. Would a big fat smooch fix your anger? Because I could plant one on you right now in the middle of court and we can get that over with. Have you looked in the mirror recently? I tell you what, me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover. Could you? though. He's so sassy. I love Rio. I love Rio so much. I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was in there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it? Yeah, it's got to be. That's what the lower ranking detectives at the yard reckon. Says the even lower ranking detective. Okay. What do I have to present? Lebanon, PA. Oh, wait. Wasn't this... No, okay. Damn it. I was like, isn't this a business card? It's the ticket to the fucking trolley. Thank you for retweeting the stream, Nico. You're the best. No, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Dismissal note. Photograph.
Hold it!
So how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case? That's the question, ain't it? But I'm just an apprentice, so... And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard on his findings? Yeah, that's what I was asking myself. Because, you know, I'm just an apprentice. When it suits you, yes. Anyway, the point is, something went on in that club, no question. You can't say that for certain, though, surely. Okay.
Hold it!
I know I already pressed this, but... Lord Van Zeek was at the club. He was. So wrong. Because I've pressed everything. No disputing he was there. Well, we know that Lord Van Zeek was investigating Inspector Gregson. Perhaps he'd already discovered the notebook, led him to the club, maybe. Presumably, there are also eyewitnesses. None have been identified. That's a lot to work with. She's not holding back. I don't know what to make of all this. Bobby is supposed he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. I don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you? That's not the only way to explain this. Oh! If everything Lord Van Zeeks has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere. You mean, there are details we've yet to uncover? Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. I'm stuck. Press the first, second, third, and fourth statements. Press the last statement. I thought I did press all of the statements. Just kidding. I'm looking at the wrong part of the fucking thing. Okay. the grouse. Is it just because it's another bird? It says that this is what I'm supposed to present. Because I don't fucking... Okay.
Objection.
I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called the Grouse? The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? That's not Cosmo's voice. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on 31st October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here. Here's my music. Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. Ah, this would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. The SS Grouse. Oh, I missed that bit. That's why. Oh, yeah, Cosima? So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. The ship arrived at the port of Dover on 1st November. Ah! The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission. That ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging.
Objection.
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence to substantiate your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the 31st October. Oh, I don't know. Okay, this is Clint Van Zeek's. The scarlet ink stain visible on the little and right fingers of his right hand. Document with the ink. Petitioned so doggedly for autopsy procedures, no internal trauma noted anywhere. John H. Wilson. Then, okay. I forget what was in this. Is it just is it this? It might have just been the...
Take that!
It's proven by this evidence here. No, it's not. Yes, this... No, it's not that. No, it's the fucking... It's gotta be the passport. I get it, I fucked up. Leave me alone. I goofed it. I know. I should have just done the stupid passport. Like I thought I...
Take that!
What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim. Date 31st October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered. There's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. love all of them so much. I don't know why. I just had this moment of like, I love these characters. I don't love him, but all the other characters. This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Grouse arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night.
According to my father, who was on board, at the port of Dunkirk.
Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Why do you keep saying my whole name? Why? Cause I'm a Y. But he's so cute when he laughs like that. Anyway, I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? What game are you playing, my boy? Prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations, and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. Okay. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. Kazuma! What? And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Osugi? This man hates This man hates Kazuma so much. A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts, without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamed ship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper? What on earth are you saying, counsel? The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination. Barak Van Zieks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast-iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson.
What the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that.
And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense.
No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper.
Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zieks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Barak Van Zieks is not the Reaper. A predictable response for someone who's advocating for the man. Well, fucking obviously. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Judge Shikoku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. Pfft. What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure, and he was on a refrigerator, on the ship. That's my guess. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrade. What? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. I'm wearing these compression gloves because my hands hurt from typing so much this week because I'm insane and embarking on an insane project. My wrists just are hurting. I'm sorry. You're lying. Even if them bludgers were taken out, even if all them bludgers that got taken out had it coming, the boss weren't the Reaper. Poor Gina. There's no question that Tobias Grayson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you've spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it. Then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I don't... I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. Excuse me. Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff what the Reaper got up to in the past 10 years. Names of victims, date and places and stuff. And the last entry in there was 31st October. Can't. It said grouse for the place on the date and then the name of the mark. There was a notebook about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Someone who got away from the Reaper 10 years ago. Migatoba? Judge Jigoku? One of those two? I feel like it would be so funny if Strongheart was the Reaper or something. He's kind of a bastard. I think Judge, Strongheart is so involved in all of this. Maybe he's actually the professor. Maybe he's the actual professor. Food for thought. Anyway, keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact in here. I don't like Strongheart, and I think that he's a criminal in some way, shape, or form. This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Why do you keep saying my whole name? Why do you do that? What can't I deny? The notebook contained the names of the final mark, and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. I mean, they said it isn't possible for the Reaper to be just one person. No, because Giselle Brett was one of them, was one of the assassins in this. So it's definitely a couple of people. Giselle, Gregson, but it has to have been somebody else because Brett has been in Japan for the past year, or Shanghai. No, yeah, she's been in Japan for was in Japan for 8 months before she was brutally murdered. Thank God. I don't feel sad about that. Who was to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on 31st October. Oh, how do you read this then? Reading's still not her strong suit. That ain't the problem, right, Aldo?
It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's odd to read. So it's someone from overseas.
Is it Jikoku or is it Mikotoba? Which one is it gonna be?
Let me have a bash at it. Sashiro.
Sashiro. Was that Jikoku's first name? It is. It's just Jikoku.
Yeah, Sashiro. Jig-oak-you. Maybe?
What? It can't be. Sashiro Jigoku?
But that's Judge Jigoku.
Sashiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right.
Objection.
But that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday. He's in London. I knew something was up with this bitch. You're so suspicious of him, Nico. So I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and returned to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector personally. No. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Barak Van Zieks. No. It's an undeniably logical argument. No, that's not what happened. It's too easy. Nothing's easy in these games. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it!
Hi, Van Zieks. Oh, you got your cup of wine. Anyway. Fucking can't handle when he does that. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice while I stand accused of murder. Lord Van Zieks. The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of the court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. Yep, that girl is no detective.
What? Nah, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector.
Repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony, it's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you clearly planned. Hi, Cody. Gregson wasn't a bitch and was trying to figure out who the Reaper was and got murked. As possible. I don't like the idea that Gregson was working with Reaper. Like, I don't like that at all. He was very worried about Gina. He was very worried about Gina. To the point where he was going to France for her. Leaving his cushy job. I don't know what he's doing. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure, I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself, by attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance.
My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Good shit. Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. I hate this man. I hate him so much. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately. At once, my lord. Can you imagine, in a real court, you just watched your lawyer slam themselves in the face? Okay. I'm just gonna press all the things. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper.
No, not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret. That notebook said what he found out.
If I may, when originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believed the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper.
One arm? What are you on about?
The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization, with you at its head. I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said Grouse. Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate, alone.
Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claimed to have seen you there.
But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook.
Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago.
Yeah, how did Kazuma know about the trunk? Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I?
Hold it!
Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular? Well, besides the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name written over and over again. You mean Asha Shin? Asha Shin. I think Asha.
Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't she?
Were you even listening yesterday?
Asa Shin, the assassin.
What? Like a killer, you mean?
Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes.
Then perhaps what it said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been
clearly the assassin, who was meant to take Sashiro Jigoku's life?
Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry listed Grouse and Sashiro Jigoku, what name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens. What? It just had like a question mark or something there, I think.
In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not?
Oh, how infuriating!
A nameless assassin?
Hold it!
And you're saying that the mark listed was Sashiro Jigoku? That's what it said. Funny name if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature.
I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago, studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say.
So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor.
If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now.
10 years ago, after that fateful case.
Precisely. In the aftermath of the Professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook.
I didn't think it was possible, but the moodiness got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking.
Hold it!
What do you mean a criminal? Judge Shigoku was no criminal. Oh, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Shigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the Professor case, I'm sure.
Yes, of course, you're right. Sashiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to just testify, but he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens.
You did?
It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damages caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Yeah, that's how the Reaper, he escaped. But he was acquitted. And so now he's gotta die, yeah. Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike.
What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Shigoku was targeted for assassination?
The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is.
Come on, that's absurd. To take someone's life for that?
Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly, the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension.
But... Right, I've had just about enough of this.
Gina?
All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people. It's cobblers. Come on, Odo.
Yes?
Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something?
What?
You've got to find a flaw. You usually do. Someone's lying in here, no question. You've got to work out who it is. Please, for the boss.
That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective.
Oh, fuck you.
When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear?
I've had it with a lot of you. It's lies every bleeding place you look in the world, isn't it? Well, I've had enough. Gina.
So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind.
To do what, Mr. Naruhodo?
There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Kazuma's.
Oh, do you mean?
I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. Okay.
Hold it!
I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve.
It's the name of the game.
Huh? What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What an inconsistency.
Ryodo. I don't quite know what it means yet, but yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by Kazuma. Where are you? Where is he? Oh, right, he's right there.
Take that!
By you, Kazuma Osugi. Throw his full name back in his face. Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, counsel? Prosecutor Osugi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you realize what you've done. Very well then, counsel. Go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Osugi has said?
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction, is it? Certainly very heavy. What's this? A bloodstain, and a relatively fresh one, too. What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there is a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it. Me with me nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about someone who was present when the victim was killed. Wait! Kazuma was missing for like 8 days. Do you remember the beginning of last case? Which I guess is still this case. He was just like gone for like 8 or 9 days. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steam ship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? Kazuma, what did you do? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
No, absolutely not. But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk. On the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse, Kazuma! Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Thanks for not saying my whole name. Kazuma! What did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it all could have only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo! Surely... Was Kazuma the assassin? Surely you don't think... Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So, as it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day, in the same place as the inspector? He was there with Gregson? There's a clue that you've overlooked, a secret that trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll just need to verify it. Oh, it's the piece of metal.
It's the chunk of metal. It's gonna be from his sword. Oh no. I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. I'm gonna have a panic attack. I can't believe this.
The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in this trunk the alleged clue is found.
Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Open, please. Shit.
Got it!
There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade.
A blade?
Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it, here in this courtroom, for all to see? Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Osugi like a hawk. That won't be necessary.
Alright. Is that broken? Yeah, it is. Oh no! Oh no!
The tip is broken.
Kazuma, what did you do?
If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Osugi.
I'm in so much distress.
Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you. Well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Osugi? Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission.
So the additional person authorized to travel
was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark.
Oh my god, Kazuma! You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? Kazuma, I bet it's because Judge Jigoku is the actual professor. And his dad didn't need to die. That's my prediction. And that's a game theory.
You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. I don't think he is either, Nico.
Maybe he says he killed someone. But I don't know who it was. At the very least, I'm like 99.9% sure Genshin did not kill Clint. Genshin didn't kill Clint. Maybe he killed the other ones. I don't know. Maybe he didn't kill anybody. But I'm 100% sure he did not kill Clint Van Zieks. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it?
We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day.
On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan.
You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin.
Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but But you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk? My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Then, what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that.
But why is your sword in his case?
Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He'd met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. No, and end his wretched agent's life.
I know, me too, Nico.
That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
Hell yeah, Van Zeeks. But if you did nothing, as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk?
Asking the right questions, baby.
I don't need to answer that.
Yeah, you fucking do. Don't give me that shit.
The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, I chose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. I choose. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence.
He's not gonna be happy about that.
As you wish, my lord.
The great sword Kuruma has been entered into the court record. I would like to examine that right now.
We must take immediate action now. I would love to take a little peek-see at this bad boy, please, and thank you. Kuruma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. Okay. Alright, let's just... The tip of the great sword. Broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Kuruma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. That's it? There's nothing else to look at? Really? Okay. I feel like every piece of evidence we've gotten, I've needed to, like, examine in great detail, and yet this one? Nope. To verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... When a foreign dignitary involved in Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. What do you need? Okay. You're fine. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
Leave him alone.
If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you.
God.
We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst.
Oh no, not Judge Jigoku.
No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake. My lord? I sincerely hope we are successful. If we are unable to confirm Mr. Jikoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. God, literally no one besides Zeke, Susato, Gina, and Ryu are innocent here. I know! Oh, we're just standing in here alone.
Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare.
I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories.
I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Jikoku, and I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control.
I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careening towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options.
Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear.
Of course. The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us.
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can.
Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Hurley's ears or not? Pull it! Here goes then. I'm going to do it.
Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo.
I would love to see it animated, but I doubt. No looking back. Heave! Ow!
That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellows, here. It's the felt doll talking.
Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can.
All right, then I'll just pull all my strength into it. Heave! Oh my god! Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. He's on the ship. What is happening?
Mr. Sholmes, where are you?
Myself and my trusty partner. Oh, presently in the first class cabin of the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse? We're like on the phone with him. So confused. She left Dover last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. Oh god, yeah, just throw it back on your ear. We're currently in Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France? Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station by train to the port in order to board this vessel in time. So, you mean you'd already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Herlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection. Well done.
You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it.
This is so funny. The face he's making. Ow. Miss Susato, gently with this genius's ear, please.
Oh my, I'm ever so sorry.
If I may, Sholmes, I think this is Mikotoba. Ah, there you are, Miss Mikotoba. Yep. You may remember that. Are we playing as Mikotoba right now? You may remember that it was, in fact, I who made the connection to the SS Grouse at Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined the notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now.
And if we're unable to present any new leads then, I'm afraid to say... do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall welcome news for you within the next half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow, 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 ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine. He's so cute. I love him. I love Sholmes. I love these characters so much. I'm getting emotional. Also, I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes. We have but half an hour now, or we have but half that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. It's him again. That crewman stands in front of the door. Stewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. He's got his tummy out. Why are you loitering here? Who are you? I don't think this is the same guy. He doesn't have... Oh, it might be. My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous detective when you see one? What has he got written on his arm? The question really ought to be, who are you? Sholmes. He's got Sholmes written on him. Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor? Tichkin? Stroganoff. When you see it is Stroganoff. Why has he got Sholmes written on his arm? Ha, detective. Ha, I don't think so. A great detective. I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo? That says Sholmes in a child's handwriting. Whilst I must say, while such adoration is flattering naturally, does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave now! How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. His fucking face. How do you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. Mikotoba's like, why do I hang out with this child? 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We were looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one by that name on board, but we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Sashiro's realized we're after him, has he? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so he leaves the area. That was not the right voice. Make up some excuse so he leaves the area. Doesn't great detective see? Let even sailors have ears, both left and right. Curses! The plan is ruined! And you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? No, I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man. So, the game is afoot.
Okay. Ah, the switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, the crewmen wouldn't be able to see what we were doing. Sure, why not? What is happening? Where is the light? Now, Sholmes, now! What did nobody there. That was a close shave. Quite a knack you have, stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor. Do be quiet, Sholmes. I shall have to think of another approach. Alright. You know, that's not what I wanted. I want... This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with it somehow. I'm just gonna try everything. Choo-choo. Well, sounds like big mouse and trap. What is Mikitoba doing? I will bring bucket of water later. Put out the misery. I don't like the sound of that. In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound. Oh, really, Sholmes? And pray tell, what do sounds do Russian mice make? Mikitoba is so sick of him. PP, naturally, though also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. So, go ahead, Mikitoba. Do a PP this time. No, thank you. I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution. How about the alarm? This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Set it off. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance.
You, what are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there, Seaman Stroganoff? Report at once. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just stupid trick. No, not by me. By world famous... No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now!
Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Not even 5 seconds, eh?
Well, don't stand there gaping at my brilliance, Mikitoba. In we go.
Oh, yes. Let's fucking go. Oh, God. Oh, God. What the fuck happened in here? This was where Greg said... What is balled up in the pipe? Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there. They're Sashiro's without question. Well, it seems we are just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find here. That burly crewman may return any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling. Alright. Start up here. There's a speaking tube here, look, though it's been stoppered by some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or, indeed, so the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? No, that's not what I was trying to look at. Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikitoba, ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all kinds of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikitoba.
The sight of you is making my mouth water. What does that mean? Are you calling him an international delight? I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. Did they bone? Anyway. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and/or travel cases. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know that what I always say, Mikotoba. There's nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Osagi's wardrobe. Indeed he was, and it was of a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience that moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Sholmes, surely you could just tell me what you said. Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Anything of the trash? This is the waste paper basket, look. And there's still rubbish inside. Indeed, then let us pray. Let us pry. I've recently discovered I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London, then. When I was still aboard myself. Following the departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main... Ah, yes. There was an evacuation drill. I remember it now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew, so it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. Found in the cabin. Okay. Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied in the long sea voyages. Found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say. Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows. I'm afraid it's just me. But no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me. You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? He's so sassy. Okay. Let's... Oh, something... Okay, we're gonna start with this. That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, dressing gown. Momohiki work trousers, a Tanzan robe, a haramaki waistband. Clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. Looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. Oh, I'm sure you've made mention of packing too few. I'd very like to drown in one of I'd very likely drown in one of Sashiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy it in any extras I need, I think. That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Sashiro is partial to all things large. And a rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he'd left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but it's still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different, though. Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present.
The walls is a slightly different color just here. Do you see? Indeed, what you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. You may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Shams, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Oh god, there he is. You are still here. Ah, Abel Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. You are waiting for me? Of course, I was expecting you to burst in with a heartily Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before. Or innocent Chicken. Chicken. Is his name Chicken? Is his name Chicken? It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow, but first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally, the debunking of your deceit and the barring of the truth. Kakoi. I'm afraid I see through your lies. I'm about to have a Shaw's deduction. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff, you know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? Wasn't his brother's name Beef Stroganoff, so his name is Chicken Stroganoff? Was his name Beef Stroganoff? I think it might have been. How can you? Good gracious, Shams, you mean you've worked it out? All of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. Vicky, you want rotisserie chicken? Fuck yeah. I do love a good rotisserie chicken. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing would please me more. These two are flirty vibes. What is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Oh my god! Time is of the essence. Look at them! Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. Oh, I see you've noted it too, Mikitoba. Then please do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikitoba. Look at these two obsesses. I love this so much. It's been 10 years since we last did this, Shams, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. His clothes. The waste paper bag. Oh, it's the ice. Yeah. I had that thought and I didn't voice it earlier. Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. He's tap dancing. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off the refreshments, Shams. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would Sashiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? That's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Sashiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had tried to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. This is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure I won't have escaped your notice. And that we aren't showing exactly on screen in a way you can't ignore right now. Something out of place in here. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say I didn't foresee ever doing this dance deduction with you again, Mikotoba. He's flirting hardcore. No, quite, but life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. Sholmes really was holding out on us before to teach Ryu and Susanoo the art of deduction, but no games now.
Take that!
Oh, damn it. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I get it. I fucked it up. It's the other one. I get it. Yeah. Shut up. Hush. Hush. I understand I fucked up.
Take that!
There we go. I can't get over his little dance every time! It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over there. The shape and size are a perfect match. Duh, you are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Oh my god. Oh dear, that really seems to have touched a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift the frame off the wall? That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? I see, the projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of the room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. Phil Sholmes definitely has his ADHD tendencies and needs Mikotoba to rein him in sometimes, but he's definitely smarter than he lets on. Oh, for sure. I think he just works better with Mikotoba. And some of it was, letting Naruto cook, but I think also it's he gets stuck on like one tangent and he can't get off of that tangent. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupants. You say they're soulmates anyway? I don't know, maybe. Sholmes could be Susanoo's new mom. Anyway, I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. I hit the thing. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by the writing on his arm, I assume. I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. My dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. And I'm quite sure you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it. And I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that.
does that mean? Oh, the man's been bribed. Miko Shom says that the wildest possible combination. It's almost too obvious for words. Look at that booty. Quite the universal language of the world. Money. No, I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Sashiro Jigoku, yes? So I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin, and the way you're going, sir, you will find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But I believe you know, Mr. Stroganov, that you know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding in this precise moment in time. Yeah, he's in the fucking trunk, obviously. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. We found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. Sam shits. Yeah, it's the fucking
Take
truck.
that!
Here we go! I love it! You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? The truth is, Sashiro Jigoku was unable to escape from this ship in time, and is at this very moment doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself in that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. And as I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganov. No, I did not. I know nothing about the combination lock. The Sholmes. It's not Sholmes. Flip it upside down. It's the numbers. It's gonna be 5631045. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Huh? Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? 5631045. How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time. Yup. Oh god. Yeah. I'm just gonna write it down. Your girl can't remember a string of numbers. What am I, a genius? 5, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 2, not 6. 2. 1, 0, 4, 5. Five. 2. 3. 0. Or no. 1, 0, 4, 5.
Take that!
Yes! Nico. That did it. It's open. You had to meddle, didn't you? Yep. Dude. What the fuck are you doing in there? Well, Eugen, you found me now. Sashiro. Dude, what the fuck? I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know.
But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it.
No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me?
Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of your many exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion.
The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say, your old friend and traveling companion, who made it the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour.
I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor.
Well, Sashiro, are you going to explain all this?
You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when. It became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again.
So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it?
I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you.
It's somewhat surprising, I must say.
What is it?
What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available.
So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am. I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of the incident in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it?
Have you, Nico? Yeah, don't say anything. I'm cooking in my head.
Eugen, I have nothing to say to you.
Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once.
You have no jurisdiction over my movements.
We have this, Shishiro. Take it.
What is it?
It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British court would be.
You came prepared then, Eugen.
Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket.
What is that, Sashiro?
That's something we have. Oh my god, it's the pocket watch. I mean, I already suspected. I don't think I voiced it. I suspected Jigoku killed Gregson, put his body in the fridge on the ship, and then dumped him in that room and set a whole trap. Because maybe he's a professor.
But what, I have no idea.
By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir for our brief sojourn in France. I was thinking that earlier, and I just, got distracted and I did not voice it. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. And why don't you say you and my daughter? Your assistant. Okay, whatever. Kazuma Osuki, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. But still, there's no doubt. You're holding something back. You know more than you're saying.
During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. No, he's fucking alive. Call us! Sholmes, call us! There's no sense in wasting any more time on the court's verdict. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict for the first time. No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony, and there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. There is still a crucial witness, from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible.
The witness is already on his way, and is scheduled to arrive tomorrow.
Who on earth is this crucial witness? Sashiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku, you found him. Oh god, I love these dorks. But the investigation of every policing resource in the capital suggests that Jigoku is already dead. How, in the name of God, did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death, because along with Prosecutor Osugi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Sashiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st October. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call an end to today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side? No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day, by the skin of our teeth. Whew! Alright. We have a day of investigation, and then we have two more court things. Ugh, we'll see how long the investigation takes. I don't want to stream for 8 hours. I would love to finish this tonight, but I don't want to stream for 8 hours. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom, but outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Oh! Look at that! A veritable feast! We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think not of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I know. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Osugi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've
I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now, Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then, about the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku?
We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes, I picked this up at the telegraph's office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
Oh, you've had a reply already.
What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present.
Well, good. That's good news, for the supper is ready, everyone.
Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial we were won already. Roast beef, kippers stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well.
Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh! Iris, do you mean? Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversations you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
What? I love when he falls on the ground like that. It's so funny. I can't believe they animated that. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I
know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant, by the way, is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant?
Because you're keeping the secret from me.
So just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you'd like. There are always seconds.
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. Can't let this opportunity slip away. Why is he sitting like that? What is he doing? My man, you look so uncomfortable. And suspicious. He's looking so suspiciously to the side. And he's got his fucking shoes on the furniture. Sholmes. You know I can't handle when you wear that outfit, but like, Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I could probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. Well, in what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. My man. No, that's not what I wanted. So, what was in that telegram you received back from Japan then? Ah, this. I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Osuki /A. Shin /T. Gregson /J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names? We've come across that exact same list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. Yeah, I forgot about that. K. Osuki, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. Now we know who A. Shin is. That was the only one we wouldn't have known. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over. We never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by something in the British government to somebody in Japan. Somebody in the British government. So, why are the names coming up again now?
Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You signed it as me?
You asked Inspector Sanaga to undertake such an onerous task for you.
He's got the turtle on his head. It's the picture with the turtle. And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. The turtle. Can't handle it. My dear fellows, it's a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, a list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was...
It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it. I do.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. The telegram has been entered into the court record. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Beria was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. What is with this series and forcing our protagonists to mourn the death of their lover who isn't actually dead? It's weird that it's only happened twice, but I only have 2 nickels, but it's weird that it happened twice. Anyway, fuck that up. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Miss Susato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh my, you mean...
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Osuke, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in the aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice among Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Osuke's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue surely.
But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunities, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. Something on my computer screen. So, you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it.
But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of impending tragedy, you see.
Oh!
An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Am I gonna present something? I don't know. The fucking sword? No, it's not the sword. I don't. I'm just gonna... Is that the telegram? Okay. There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Shigoku's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found.
K. Osuke, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now, and only because they appeared as part of the top-secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you were aware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact. while you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets, because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Sherlock Sholmes, when he has designs on knowing it.
Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line.
Now, 1 month after the list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they are all somehow connected.
Please actually tell us, and not just be like, I'll tell you later. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because, you see, there is someone else on the list, who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? A. Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed, and accordingly I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Kay Osugi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself, but I determined it would be safest if young Osugi was to stay away from Britain. Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly.
So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I'd recounted many tales about Osugi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know.
Oh, Iris.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still. That's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo?
Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume.
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow, but I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel.
Ah!
And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had to believe all 4 names in the list to be names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it was seen that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status was merely a front.
Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions.
So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean?
well, does it not strike you? There is another among the four, who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean...
Kazuma? Oh! He did say in court earlier today.
Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Osuke accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange.
An assassin exchange? Jesus Christ, how could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? Seriously.
Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange.
So, to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then, the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
Oh yes.
Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our new countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
It's Strongheart. It's Strongheart. It's gotta be Strongheart. The highest levels.
These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked by a common motive, but not by a common motive, but a contractual agreement. You felt guilty and that's why he took you? Thing is, Kazuma hasn't changed from Case 1-1 like we think. We're looking at Kazuma through rose-colored glasses like Ryu. For all that mercilessly passionate persistence of fire aggression were always present in Kazuma, we didn't see it because it was directed at Ouchi and not us. When Kazuma died, Ryu put him on a pedestal as this perfect person. He's faced with the reality that, like any human, Kazuma was never perfect. He's flawed like everyone is. I agree with that. He is just kind of being mean to us, though. We're supposed to be his best friend. I think Ryu is allowed to be hurt and offended that his best friend is doing all this shit. This person is supposed to be his best friend in the whole world, who he trusts more than anyone else. He explicitly just said that. He trusts Kazuma more than anyone else. Has lied to him repeatedly about his life and the things he knows and the reasons behind his motivations. Like, Ryu is allowed to be offended and hurt and honestly a bit bewildered that this ire is being turned on him, because also what has Ryu ever done to Kazuma other than try and desperately fulfill the things that was asked of him before he died? Like, Ryu has been nothing but a good friend to Kazuma, like honestly and truly, through all of this, and he's allowed to be hurt and confused that Kazuma's like, I don't know, that he's treating him like this. I know you're not being friends in the courtroom when you're across from each other, but like, I don't know. I think all of Ryu's emotions and feelings are pretty valid. Yes, he maybe is looking at him through rose-colored glasses, as we might do all of our friends. If you're just being a little mean. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Shishiro Jigoku at all,
Jigoku is the head of it in Japan, and Strongheart is the head of it in England. It would mean Osuke's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma's here for Gregson? I could see Kazuma wanting to kill Gregson, because Gregson is the one who insisted on an autopsy report, which is the thing that pinned his father as the professor. So I could see him blaming Gregson on it just as much as he blames Van Zieks on all of it. So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition, that he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. God.
Alright, everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. You're right, though. Rio is totally valid for all his hurt, frustration, and confusion. It's a rough situation all around. So many things I could say. Yeah, I think there's a lot of shit going on. I think everybody is kind of valid in their feelings.
It's a little bit sad, though.
I'm excited to see this thing concluded so I can put all the puzzle pieces together.
I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if someone like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your big sister. What? Really?
They're so cute.
Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you can be my big brother if you want, Runo.
Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. I love Schultz so much. This idiot has wormed his way into my heart.
Right, I'm going to work extra hard tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister.
I just want to give her a hug. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. All right. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths whilst posing new conundrums. That listed 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon.
Look at them all!
Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Oh my god. The most wonderful family in the world. Oh my god. I'm not gonna let myself cry over that. No.
Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Okay, I'm gonna say something because I keep having this thought, this like vague thought. This man's coat and his colorings, and especially his sleeves, remind me of Charlie Brown. His jacket is like Charlie Brown's shirt with the sleeves and the stripes. And that's all I have to say. Yeah, okay.
Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
Resolve. Yes, that's my intention.
They said the name of the game.
It's like Kazuma still cares about Ryu. That hasn't changed, but now Ryu's forced to see through this trial all the things Kazuma's been struggling with this whole time that's crushing him. He finally sees every aspect of Kazuma, including the darker parts. That's jarring for anyone to learn about their best friend. Of course Ryu is struggling. Yeah, I think that sums it up really well. It's a lot of information to take in all at once. Like, all at once. And just the fact that, like, Kazuma never even hinted and told him, like, any of this. Any of this. But, yeah.
My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Osugi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor?
That is a great fucking question, Van Zeeks.
He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this one day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
And also Ryu, you might need to emotionally prepare. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory.
Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request.
Because you're guilty too.
The defense finds this acceptable, I presume?
Yes, my lord.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque Van Zeeks.
The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready.
Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Osugi, begin.
The music in this game is so good! As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. Part 1 of the 2 parts of the final battle. He's literally putting everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. We keep saying the name. We keep saying it. Oh, get the feeling our dear Ryu is gonna be waiting for his baby girl to get out of baby jail. Yes, I think you're right, Nico. I think he's gonna stay in Great Britain just to wait for Kazuma to get out of prison. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
So it was you who issued this, was it?
Your subpoena? I did what was necessary.
Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the question asked. My name is Hashiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan.
Men will literally prosecute the person they think got their father killed instead of going to therapy. Kazuma. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations.
Am I just dumb? I think I am. Am I? Oh, I'm in the... Okay.
I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jigoku, I must ask.
Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase.
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I declined to comment.
What? Men only want one thing, and it's literally so disgusting. Revenge and justice.
Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited as a guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say?
What is this, the county jail? He's pleading the fifth, Nico, even though the fifth doesn't exist yet. Well, I guess it does. But it's in America, not in Britain.
I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I've obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
A lie. So you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon?
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean?
That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to my mouth just stopped working for a second there. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too.
They're like, it's the last two trials. Let's throw the word resolve in there as many times as we can.
Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Sashiro Jigoku was involved in this case? Take that! This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Osugi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little. Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you? What's all this about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims, and K. Osugi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. At least Kazuma hasn't actually killed anyone, he said, considering capital punishment here, so it'd be only some form of jail time mostly. Yeah, exactly. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. I forgot that was... I forgot. The culprit was found to be a visiting racist student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Aisha Shin, professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Osugi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. Which means Ryunosuke only has to wait between 10 years? Kazuma could get out for good behavior. Yes, he could. And I was just thinking about, because at the beginning of this case, we were offered, like, come back to Japan and be a prosecutor there, or a defense lawyer there. Fucking Judge Jigoku asked that of us. We're not doing anything Jigoku says. If it was Mikotoba, Mikotoba did ask that. It was the favor from Mikotoba. I'm lying. We're not going back to Japan. I don't want to go back to Japan. I swear to God, if Ryunosuke goes back to Japan, I would be very upset. Whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson.
K. Osugi and T. Gregson. 1 assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? What is that reaction, Kazuma? Is it just that we've revealed this? And you are mad that we've revealed this? Or did you not know? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku, what's all this about? Yeah, I'm not sure. And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. Oh, fuck off. The idea that Sashiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Fuck off. You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims these 4 men indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. 'Cause you're the other mastermind! I hate him so much. This man makes me so angry. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? Carly!
he is hot. I will agree with you there, Carly.
His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
Strong heart, more like strong fart.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
I think it's that Cosmo wasn't aware of everything regarding the assassination, like being an assassin exchange. It's vague how much Cosmo was aware of. Yeah. I don't want to think that he knows all of it. I don't know.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you in contempt of court. Ha ha ha. There's no need for quite a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. I don't like either of them. I don't like either of them. Seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night on the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. I'm going...
Hold on, I'm thirsty and I don't feel like going upstairs, so I'm gonna grab something. Got me an iced tea. Grip it and rip it.
Anyway, what's this liar have to say? It's true that Kazuma Osugi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour.
Okay.
However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then. As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
Osugi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
Yes, I figured that out.
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
Kazuma-sama?
Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
It's strong art!
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
No, it's not.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk, because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak Van Zieks.
No, it was not.
The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. You're wrong, Kazuma, and you're lying! You're lying! To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. If you don't shut your mouth, you scuzzball! Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. He's trying to be like, you fuckwad. Shut the fuck up before I reveal everything. You piece of shit. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Fine. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Kazuma. I love those little sword things. Yeah. At all times, a lie. A lie.
Objection.
A fucking lie. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewmate posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Where did you get that? Your fucking room, asshat, is evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmates of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crew men were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. 20 minutes is a long time. Kazuma, a 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. Thank you for not saying my whole name anymore. I appreciate that a lot, actually. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. The witness is a fucking liar! Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Yeah, there's a fucking bullet hole in the wall. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in the cabin? Ah ha 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 ha, it's that. Yep. Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. You growl all you want, asshole. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Don't fucking call me that, you asshole.
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your arguments sound entirely plausible. At first. but rather like this pocket watch. It's full of cracks. Okay, what? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I hate him smiling. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I had known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. What a piece of shit thing to say. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall in which you stumbled. Yeah, I'm sure I will. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked at the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seo throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It had nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. No. Ippon Seo. Sayoi? I don't know. A common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, he's back to it again. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves the victim's murder took place there.
Oh, Ryu, that's nothing to, do that for. They're just lying.
I've no doubt, Inspector. The inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I could tell. Strongheart is the Reaper! Let me express my griepest gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on the cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
I hate him. Wow. He's making me real fucking mad.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Just slinging insults left and right. All right. There's one of those statements I want to press, but I don't remember which one it is. No one calls him his true mission. Now makes him defending Ryu and 1-1 means so much more. It wasn't just risking studying abroad in Britain like we believed, but his one chance to find the truth out about his father, he was desperate to go to Britain for. The one thing he's willing to put his decade-long desire aside for is Ryu. They're so in love. It really does. It was already huge that he would have done that for Ryu and sacrificed something like that. But yeah, it definitely adds an extra layer of that, sacrifice he was willing to make for his best friend. And totally nothing else.
Hold it!
No. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
I'm sorry, what'd you just call me?
What? The inspector was killed on the steamship in France. How on earth could he have gotten back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
No, you put it in your fucking trunk.
Well, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That's killed the idea then.
But perhaps not.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Miss Susato?
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea.
Yes, that's true. Who transported the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
All right. The fucking case. His suitcase. Is this, I mean, this is, I think, the only evidence I have of that suitcase is this picture. Was Gregson in the case during this picture? I hope not. I don't want to think about that. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? A family portrait with one disgusting traitor in it. Besides, his family is Rikitoba and Susato and Iris and Schultz. Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. And a dead body! What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Or we learned that, yeah. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Oh, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. How much do you want to bet while Mikotoba was stuck doing all of, you know, that stuff, he got off the boat, dumped the body, and then went back to meet Mikotoba? So maybe it's not in the picture, thank God. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. But you look so cute in this picture. I'd have to give it to him. I love his little determined face. Susato's adorable too. But Ryu is like, I don't know what it is. He's like really cute in this picture. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting...
I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Grace, oh my god, was just meters away from us inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. I know I did predict that, but does it make me less violently upset?
I'm skeptical, Counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku?
But inside his trunk? How horrifying!
And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Not on a big fucking luxury ship. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep fresh food on their sea voyages, long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikitoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. I don't like that sound effect.
Well, this is all very heartening. I could see that it was a wise move letting Osaki and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barak Van Zeek shot the victim at point-blank range.
Since no tangible evidence exists to prove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
Why do you keep calling me that? What does that mean? The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Quite simply. Because the claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
Gotta go ready for dinner.
Thanks for stopping in, Carly. Enjoy your dinner. Love you.
Trying to bring my fucking hand up, but I'm smacking my mic stand. I love you. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Dude, does it? What evidence? I don't know what evidence. I don't think it's gonna be. Probably best to avoid handling it. The key. The autopsy. Okay. Oh God, I don't know. I have no thoughts. What evidence contradicts? What evidence do we have that contradicts that Gregson could have been murdered in that room and died instantly? I think we need stuff from the room. So it's not gonna be the photograph. The gun, we've examined the gun as much as we can, and it's given us no information. Not gonna be this key, or the wig. The candle, the one went out and then burned down, but that doesn't, like, say anything about when he died. This photograph is sweet, but I don't think. Time of death indeterminate. Evidence suggests they may have been taken. Measures may have been taken to disguise as time of death. He was shot in the chest at close range, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks. Bullet had exited the body from behind. The caliber of the gun used matches the standard issue firearms. Okay. I don't think this contradicts anything. I don't think that. I don't even know how to verbalize the thoughts that are forming. Is it like that if he got shot and died instantly, he would not have curled up in this position? Like he would have just be like laid out on the floor. Probably on his back. Or on his, but he wouldn't be curled up like this? I don't have any better thoughts. Nothing else. Not gonna be his pocket watch or his ID. It's got nothing to do with the Oski papers. I don't think it's gonna be this. That's all. That's the only thought I have. If this is right, I will be flabbergasted. Oh my God! This is the evidence? A photograph of the victim in the very location you claimed he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. Oh my God. I'm surprised I figured that out. What the fuck? If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. He died instantly, you fucking idiot!
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that's flawed. Fucking idiot! According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor. From the inside of a large travel trunk. No.
You're quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space.
Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because some stripling's baseless accusations. Genuinely, what does that mean? You've said it to me like 3 or 4 times now. What does it mean? And I don't feel like Googling it.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... Fuck off. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Get his ass, Ryu. Nothing is more important than the truth. Do you think Kazuma's I'm not gonna finish that thought. Oh, God. I need to learn to have inside thoughts. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? I cracked myself up. You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Osugi? What? Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You. Dear God, outrageous. So it was you. You admit to Inspector Grace's... No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. Sure you do. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he's already accepted a mission to take... Fuck you. A mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh!
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Osugi. You. Jigoku really forced Kazuma's hand to try and make him a murderer, holding the Great Britain trip over his head, his only opportunity to get answers about his dad, until he accepted the assassin mission, then goes and accuses him of murder to save himself. He's gross. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Sashiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Osugi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't... So, what do you make of that, young stripling? What does that mean? I'm gonna say it every time. What the fuck is a stripling? Like a baby stripper? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Osagi. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Okay, we're a step away, but there's a whole second courtroom section still. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Osagi is impossible? I think it's impossible. He didn't do it. I'm confident he didn't do it. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Osagi to commit the crime. What? Kazuma's like, you're defending me? After all this shit I'm putting you through, you're defending me? I'm having inside thoughts. I'm learning. Anyway, the court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence, so present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Osagi's involvement? That's another point entirely. Do I know? No. I mean, his sword. Oh, I can view it. So this little part of Inspector Gregson's pocket watch was found inside Judge Jigoku's trunk.
That's right, which it cannot possibly be denied is extremely significant.
And what do you call it again? This small round piece of the watch?
The crown. A pocket watch is quite useless without it.
Yes, that's right. The crown. What a very grand name for such a tiny part.
It's exactly what you said the last time we discussed it, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay. Ow.
I don't know. No thoughts head empty. It's not the telegram. It's not this. What does this have anything to do with anything? Evacuation. The night before the ship arrived, found in his cabin. Okay. The sword is broken, but that wouldn't prove anything for us. But he didn't stab. I mean, he stabbed the box. I don't know. No. I don't think Clint's autopsy report has anything to do with anything. This just shows that Kazuma could have traveled there and did travel there. That's the box with the stab wound. I don't know. I'm looking it up because I don't care. I'm checking. I'm hitting a wall where I'm no longer clever about the things that it's trying to ask me to present.
Present. Nope, I did that one. The evacuation drill itinerary? Okay, but why? But what is that? Why does this prove anything? Okay.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is, when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Oh yeah, Kazuma stayed in like a hotel or something, didn't he? Or as he claimed. Now, clearly, the murder could have only been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Osuke stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Osuke couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. It's just you, asshole. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship, just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. As I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can't forget that you're a judge or a government... You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. Oh, you're gonna break the thing again? You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then, you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Sashiro Jigoku? It was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Oh. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Oh, he's gonna break it. Yup. Okay. It's over. My life is over. Okay. Dramatic. A bit dramatic. This isn't over though, because there's another part of this trial. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. Their assassination exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Osuke. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement,
because I was already on my way to Britain at the time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation: to eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper.
Like I said, it's Strongheart. He's the Reaper. He's the mastermind of the exchange. He's all of it. He's a dick.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart.
Because he's standing right in front of you, and he'd probably fucking shoot you in the face before you open your mouth. Anyway,
the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student.
and they didn't take it away from you?
I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then, on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
I can't believe Gregson is in this picture.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcome committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replace a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. Put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
How did Kazuma's sword get in Gregson's case? And the blood in the room? I guess he would have put it there. And then what? So then, what was...
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respectable police inspectors.
So what was Van Zieks doing there?
The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
2 out of 3. I'm gonna hang in Britain.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now?
It's finished. All of it.
It is not finished.
I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this case. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Sashiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled. Me too, man. By his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barak Van Zieks.
Objection! I knew it. Yeah, Osugi. I knew it.
Prosecution calls for the adjudication to be deferred. Counsel. The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time.
That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What?
But Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Barak Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Osugi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Sashiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot to this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak Van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Kazuma. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated by Jigoku, with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well, whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. Thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. Oh, everybody stretch. If you haven't stretched in a while, everybody stretch. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Oh, also everybody like my supernatural Christmas sweater? Hi, Van Zieks. Pray, turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation. Hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zieks! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what say the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, and Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend.
Then that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take this witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. As you wish, my lord. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange.
I don't know about that.
So you deny all accusations by the prosecution. Both that you were the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in the position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? You? Really, it's defending Van Zeeks. Because even though I don't like him, I feel like we owe him. I don't know. It's the right thing to do. Also, I'm just fucking curious about what the hell is going on. And it's your fault I'm here. It's entirely your fault that I'm here. A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. I was ready to declare our first client ever guilty because he was obviously lying about shit. I don't care about that. I want to find the fucking truth. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. Yeah, but also kissing you. Big smooches right on your face. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witnesses. Sorry. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere in this man's testimony. Yeah, well, I'm gonna point it out first because I already recognized it. There's no common thread that exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson is a lie. At first, I was thinking of this picture, but that doesn't have Wilson. What does have Wilson is his brother's autopsy report. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Cosmo, when have I run from the truth for a second? For a second during this? I've not run from it for a single moment. I want to find out what the fuck happened just as bad as you do. Okay, maybe not just as bad, but pretty bad. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? The autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The professor. I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. And I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victims' souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Osugi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death, with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting, which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. It's not Cosmo's voice, doing the wrong voice. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. What are you doing? You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Sashiro Jikoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. Okay, here's the thought I'm having. Cosmo specifically said it was the coroner, the detective, and the prosecutor who colluded to fake the autopsy report, fake the evidence. But Van Zeeks was put on the trial last second. Like, he begged and pleaded to be made the prosecutor at the last hour. So the intended prosecutor, Lord Strongheart, would have been the one doing all the shit. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark on Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. This is how it ended up in his box. I very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right. Oh God. I gotta remember the Gregson voice. You're that Osugi's young lad, are you? And what? You gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. Shing! So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Van Zeeks.
I'm having another thought. Oh no! Wilson didn't write the autopsy report. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is awful. Mikatoba faked evidence to send his friend? Oh my god.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak Van Zeeks.
Mikatoba, why?
Objection!
Yeah, please. Kazuma Osagi.
I'm so stressed out.
What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts?
I can't.
Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. He knows. He put all those puzzle pieces together as his fucking boss. What? Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
Dies!
If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... this bastard! The only person who could have arranged the assassination exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mail Armstrong. What? Lord Armstrong? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. but he only took over the case after his brother, Clint Van Zieks, had been killed. How much do you want to bet? Armstrong? Strongheart? Oops, whatever. I'm in a daze. Did Strongheart have Clint Van Zieks killed? Did he have Clint killed because he learned too much? He figured it out? I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks? No, I've said it wrong. 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I don't like that he's looking right at me. He's looking at Strongheart, but I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a huge, influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Can't. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. If we had Maya here, we could. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Susanna looks so stressed. Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. Oh my god! I don't want to think about what that would look like. Maya with a mustache? Maya eating a bunch of fish and chips? It would not look good. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? I object, you piece of shit. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? Yes, there is. If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. There is someone! He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence, and Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
so rapt. Actually, there is one person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There is no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. My desperate little boy. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is Yujin Mikotoba. Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yujin Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Sashiro Jigoku and Genshin Osugi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What?
But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes.
No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Osugi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Osugi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. What a thing to say. I hope your fucking staff breaks. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Strongheart, how dare you? Oh my god. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Sashiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection.
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Yes, I fucking do. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Osugi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. You will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Ugh. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Osugi. Kazuma, don't give up. Oh. I agree, Cody. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial over. Court is... Sherlock! Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for an amateur detective, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Sashiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Male Armstrong. Strongheart. Oh my god, why do I want to call him Armstrong so bad? Lord Male Strongheart. It's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. In comes Schultz with the steel chair! Surely it can't be. That the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows. Should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to intend? To nod along to the provocations of your superiors? Order in the court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right, the judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say, right, what? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before the young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody. Kazuma, look at that soft face. We're sure those present you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Well, my lord, you heard the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. Kazuma is in love with us. Look at that face. As soon as the gentleman arrives from the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon. Sorry, I just smacked my... Mikitoba is a very close friend of mine. He accompanied me today, is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikitoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Absolutely. It is still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Please give me a to be continued screen. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? I wonder how many streams ago I made that exact prediction. I'm not gonna watch, like, 12 plus hours of streams to figure that out, but I wonder how long ago it was I predicted this. Because I definitely did. Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under.
Last bit! Ah!
We're finishing it tonight.
We're finishing it!
Oh my god. I'm just, yes, let me save. We're getting into it. Well, I guess because Kazuma didn't think he had a future after his mission to avenge his father until he met Ryu at the speech contest. He was so focused on this revenge quest due to his trauma that he didn't have many friends, and then meeting Ryu gave him the chance to relax and actually be a university student and not think about his father. For the first time in a decade, Kazuma felt like he had a future after avenging his dad with Ryu. 'Cause they're in love!
They're soulmates!
So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And, Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She's just appeared.
You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary, and you're about to fucking sink it into the deepest part of the ocean. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Oh, you are totally fine, Ivy. I like reading. I enjoy your insights and your thoughts. They are great. And I love discussing this game. These two are my favorite Ace Attorney games. I'm declaring it now. They're so much fun. I love all of the characters. Not that I don't love all the characters in Phoenix Wright. I do. I love all of them desperately. But these are just so fun. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. Yes, I agree, Cody. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinner's. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Tss. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Okay then. Shut the fuck up.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings when we were done, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama, his secondary assistant. She wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
Oh my god. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh. You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Yeah, okay. Also, I'm just a Kazuma Osuki defender always. What assassination mission? I never heard of it. Don't know what you're talking about.
Honestly, I am too. Ugh. I saw that I ordered this. This person on Etsy makes like dangly charms. I have to actually just show it at the end what I ordered because I'm insane. I'm gonna pull it up right now actually because I can't help myself. Just really quick. So that this Etsy, oh god, it's so bright. She makes these dangly charms, and Kazuma in this makes me laugh so hard. Look at his face in the, in the flip side of this. I can't. I mean, he's so cute in this one too, right? But look at his little sassy face. He kills me. It's so good. Look at him. The sass. Anyway, I have no self-control whatsoever, so I did order this. Okay. Anyway. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
No, your package hasn't come yet, Cody. I don't know if you can recheck the tracking, but I didn't get anything from today. Maybe it'll come tomorrow, and it's just delayed.
No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication?
Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to it in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Osuki, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zieks' death. I get to cross-examine, you asshole. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. No, we haven't. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zieks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. I've been saying that this whole time.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke?
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. If Kazuma doesn't give us a big hug at the end of this for everything we're doing for him, I'm gonna be big mad. I need a hug from Kazuma. That is my required payment for this trial. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct, and yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not in fact been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genjin Osuki confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest Genjin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. That beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genjin Osuki. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genjin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the 4th or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, There were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious. Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
It's
hideous. I don't like it. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotopa. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my! Really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
I don't give a fuck.
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Mr. Osuke's ring has been entered into the record. The ring belonging to Genshin Osuke found in Lord Clint Van Zeek's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem looked sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting the jewel.
You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
I would like to do that.
Just one really quick.
No, okay. No. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of the ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws are really sharp.
Oh my! That's a very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Ugh. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Okay. I don't see anything else it wants me to examine. Okay. There are no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. I don't care. I'm sure this is interesting to read, but I don't care. I just pressed the wrong button because I can't see my keyboard past this microphone. Oh, Kazuma is so desperate. E. Not Q, E.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotopa? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at the moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson... that Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Osugi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach. Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. Ryu really said, Kazuma, eat a Snickers. You're not you when you're blinded trying to seek justice for your father. Ryu's like, Kazuma, I will take care of this. Just let me help you. I say I'm not doing it for you, and I'm partially not. But he's also kind of doing it for Kazuma. Kazuma is not holding it together right now. Kazuma is in panic mode. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage in the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I could think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write that down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. Like, lips are so chapped. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. Is that how you got the scar on your face? What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Osugi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
Oh yeah, he's got the ring on his finger. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Kazuma, you pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. Kazuma, stop blaming him! He didn't do it! You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. This is why Kazuma wanted Ryu to join him, I believe, because he knows Ryu's the only person who'd be able to keep him from losing himself in his desire for revenge. He couldn't do it alone. He probably hoped to get the courage to tell Ryu the truth about everything eventually in Britain, before he got hit with amnesia and all this happened. Yeah, I think he like kind of started to tell Ryu about it on the ship, and then stopped himself. They got interrupted or something. So I think he definitely was like gearing himself up to start revealing all of it. I don't think he would have just like made Ryu tag along with him in Britain in the dark, like as he's doing all this shit. Yeah, I think on one hand he was just driven by this like need to do this shit. It's like, I need you to be there to see it all, because I can't explain it to you now. There's no way I can just explain it to you and it be okay. You have to just see it in court. But I think he's also just so blinded by this rage, this revenge, that like he's not thinking clearly in the slightest. He's just like running on instinct and madness and revenge. But yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think part of him was like, Ryu will keep me grounded. He'll put me back on track when I start to lose it. I need him there. I need my boyfriend there. Anyway. If that were the case, why would Osuke not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who had accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Osuke did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
Or they were threatening him with something. Maybe, I don't know, hurting his son? Or something along those lines. An obvious conclusion at which you should arrive many minutes ago, Prosecutor Osuke. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Osuke's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. No. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
I don't know about that. I think that's a pretty big logical leap to make, Mr. Logic.
But if that autopsy report was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Good job, Kazuma. Get your head screwed back on. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole, I beg your pardon. The music. This music is so good. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to death? If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show that there was a reason for his father's silence in the trial.
A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? It's gonna be his will. Enough rhetoric. Court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have the court could possibly explain Osuke's silence? The will, I assume. The papers. This is the defense's answer to that question. No, okay. It's not that, damn it. Whatever. Okay. Okay, it's not the will. I was probably being too speedy about that. Oh god, I don't know. Okay, we're just gonna go from the beginning. Unrelated. 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 No, probably unrelated. No. 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 Probably not. That's Gregson's? No. 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 No.
the only weapon I have left. So maybe it's the sword? How do I... Am I putting 5 mod ads? You think I have control over that? Okay. Okay. Gonna ban that person. Thank you for timing them out, Cody. I'm just gonna ban them. You're a stranger coming into my chat. Fuck off. And once again, as if I have control over the ads that Twitch puts on my stream. Okay, I've lost my train of thought. Okay, what proof that Osuke was silenced? Oh, I need to fucking click back into the game, which is not good. Okay. They said, like, are you putting 5 ads because you failed? That's scummy. Okay. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but sure. Person might have been like a bot, for all I know. No, they don't look like a bot account. Ugh. What a thing to say as a first-time chatter in some stranger's stream. Wow. Smells like weed. Like I make any money off of the ads that run. Yeah. It's like a tiny little partner, or not partner, a tiny affiliate streamer with like almost no subs. Anyway, I don't know. Cosmo's also just so focused on Van Zeeks because he's who we believe to have killed his father for a decade now. Yeah, oh yeah, he's definitely like hyper fixated on that. You didn't know Strongheart was the prosecutor before Van Zeeks. It's hard to get over lingering resentment. Absolutely. I don't blame him for a second for spiraling into that line that he started to go down. It's really hard to change your bigoted views, your anger. Well, now they're banned, so they don't have to come back. They can be mad in silence. I've so lost the plot of what I'm doing right now. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Osuke's silence in court? I don't fucking know. If it's not his will, which like fair enough. I don't know what they would pull out of that. I don't think it's gonna be his sword. It's not gonna be the ring again, but like nothing else. It's not gonna be the telegram. It's not gonna be these things, obviously. It's nothing to do with Gregson. It's only gonna be evidence that's from that back then. So I don't think the autopsy report has anything in it that would explain Osuke's silence. So the only other things that are from that time that I have in my possession are the dismissal notice. And that's it. So maybe it is the dismissal notice? Because it's the sword, the ring, and the papers. That's all I got. So I guess it's none of the other things. Not that this makes sense to me either, but sure.
Take that!
If it's true that Genshin Osagi's silence during the trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there was suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Osagi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Osagi can be explained in no other way. First fabricated evidence, and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses. People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce, to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Sholmes, I love you. My lord. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared it at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. And to lie your way out of it, you sleazebag! My god, how much is left? 1, 2. We've got 2 more sets of testimonies. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? I forgot I can't do this man's voice. Anything but Scottish. Not anything, but I can't do Scottish.
I, Barry Caden, governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course. Bud, you're having a bad couple of days. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Professor, we've been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Well,
the convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Osugi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gads, hold on there, laddie. All I did was witness Governor Caden. Aye, sir! You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Osugi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. Wrong button. There's no disputing the fact. Itchy chest. What the hell? There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witness give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Osugi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder for vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Osugi right up until the night of the execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I don't know if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I don't know that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about the professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions, I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Osugi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Osugi's admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? If I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here, do you intend to assert your right as a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Okay. Alright, what is he saying again? Dave is found guilty. Directed came to the prosecutor's office. He's not going to tell us who it is. I don't want to feel like pressing that. Assigned the convict to vigil, put the plan in action. I was responsible, but I didn't know anything of the plot. I don't know if there's some negotiations. All I did was carry out my duty. Okay.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Well, be that as it may, I don't know nothing about it. The witness stand is no place for telling you what I don't know for sure. I can I know that much I do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. He may very well have be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Okay. Let's go back. Oh, fuck. I have my fingers in the wrong place. I guess we're pressing this one. Her Majesty! Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Not being able to see my keyboard past this mic stand situation is not great for me. I'm already bad at typing, let alone knowing where my fingers are supposed to be on the keyboard. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genjin Osugi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to
do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I couldn't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Oh, buddy. Excuse me. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Osugi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Osugi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me.
I'm glad I accidentally pressed this one, because this seems like an important one. I was like, I don't want to press this. He's just saluting the queen. Why do I care? Nope, apparently this is where all the answers lie.
If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Osugi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony.
Gads, aye, go on then.
Strong heart, It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Nothing to bargain with. Okay, what am I doing with that? Did I just press it again? No, I probably need to no.
The only weapon I have left.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Osugi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Osugi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. The fellow couldn't possibly have had something like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Osugi Papers. The names given to the last will and testament of Genshin Osugi. Turns out that Mr. Osugi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Osugi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. I feel Kazuma struggled to tell Ryu everything, not just because it was so personal and they'd only known each other for a year at that point, but because he was scared Ryu wouldn't be his partner anymore once he told him. Be scared to admit that to a friend, hoping he'd hear you out and not run when they see your demons. I kind of forgot that they really only knew each other for a year before all of this. It would definitely be scary. And I definitely agree with you that he was gonna, I think, slowly tell him all the truth when they were in Britain together. But obviously that didn't happen. And it is a lot to dump on a person. I think it would be very hard to tell your friend that actually you are completely and totally motivated by revenge and you were going across the ocean to, I don't know, maybe kill a man. And will you come with me and keep being my friend? That is a lot to dump on a person. After the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Osugi Papers. Governor Kaden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Osugi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. What the blazes are you brethren on about? The will was found, right and proper, in the fella's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, you peely-wally galoot. Oh my god. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I not, you lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese, and it reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Osugi. Which means everything is as it should be. I don't know about that. I feel like things are missing. Not quite, my lord. See, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Osugi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. Your British legal system is a hot fucking mess because of you. So shut up. Entirely because of you. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know what exactly happened with these so-called Osaki papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. The Barclay prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiation took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over the obvious... what did you say? Anyway, it would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord.
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended Mr. Osaki and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Osaki papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robes that was left in the cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
Okay.
In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied calling me a liar the once, eh, you wee waffinger? Okay. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you'd like to take on my cravat, of course. Oh my god. Is that what you're going to do, is it? What is he doing? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Are you too scared? God. Little and large, what a double act. We complied with Osaki's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. And you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? This last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. They definitely just, took half of the pages with them. They kept the first page and the last page, and they took everything in the middle with them. Probably burned them. If they were smart, they would have burned them. But knowing somebody has them somewhere. They're going to show up somewhere along the line. Okay. You were the warder responsible. He was doing something in the cell. Turns out we looked at it, no avail. Really found it, telling me to impound them. Document was in folds. This is a kimono, I think.
Hold it!
Mr. Osaki's kimono. The one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Kuruma, the famous sword of the Osuke clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that.
Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The order carried the firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoga was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Susuri inkstone, black sumai ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it. I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like
Squirming mass jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. I love his excuse me. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil. It was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Did he write it in blood? Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance. Possibly, or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink. Perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
No, I didn't want to do that. Whatever. Scarlet, you say? Well, yes, I mean, I only caught it for a brief moment. And then it was the usual color, very least. It wasn't black. Witness. Is that really what you saw? Okay. Sir. Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I was gonna speed through this, but now Strongheart is. I apologize. Continue.
Weird. What did you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Could plainly see the right ears, and black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Osuke was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Osuke told me. Courtney, waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder? The evidence I wanted to present, I think, is Clint's autopsy report. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Because in it says he had ink on his hands. Every time I read that, I was like, what is that? That's gonna come up later. I think it's coming up now. The document's written in scarlet. There we go. See? Recent scarlet ink stains visible on little and ring fingers of his right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found.
Objection!
Objection!
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Just again, you have no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. He makes that same face every time he says that. Yes, and there's something in there that's bothered me since I first read it. Same, Ryu. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. Fanzeeks, my brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at that time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night was in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil. Sir! I don't know what that voice was. When you spotted Mr. Oski with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. He said a final will and testament, not my. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Osugi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Osugi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what I would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly without question. Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene. These deep voices give me a headache.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Osugi came to be in possession of that document. So, what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly, something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever, because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbait plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no
Objection.
purpose. No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Osuki had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. I'm not sure if I know what it is, but it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your clients in pursuit of the truth.
Is it that Strongheart is a professor?
That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Miss Susato.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Osuki was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case. Defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact obviously, it must have been an accusation. An accusation? Yes, revealing the true identity of the professor. Which would explain why Osuki took it, since it would be he who was implicated by the document. No! In that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Osuki any bargaining power at all. Then you were suggesting the accusation was against some other person.
Objection!
No, if that were the case, the two men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together. Then your whole argument falls down. Oh, fuck. Alright. Can I jump to the penalty too? Come on, Ryunosuke, I know you. You've seen the heart of all of this, haven't you? Was it a confession?
Oh, reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing. Is it a confession? Oh my god, it's a confession. His brother? Oh my god. I was looking at confession and yeah, I know, I can't. Thank you, Susato. Okay, I can't believe, I can't. Not a single part of me thought. Okay, this is so long. Can you get me back to the, Oh my god, it was a confession.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession. Farrak, we're about to tell you something you just might not like. Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Farrak. Honey. Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Honey, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, my man. Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Osugi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. He's gonna have a meltdown. Yeah, honey. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The Great Van Zeeks family, they've been thoroughbreds for the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zeeks was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature? If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished. Honey, if you want to, like, sit on the floor and just, like, cry it out a little bit, I think that would be okay. My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks.
I wonder, though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Barrack Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? I think he was maybe in a state of strong denial. Lord Van Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
What? The carbuncle ate itself? What does that mean?
Hi, Eric! Thank you so much for the raid! You come just in time for the dramatic reveal. Welcome in! Hi, everyone. I'll take a thought. My name is Born for the Ashes. I'm a variety streamer. Welcome to the end of the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. We got there's some crazy shit being revealed. Yes, he did. Balmung. What a name. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. Honey, you definitely had your suspicions. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. I don't like the name of that dog. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. It's the collar from the case with Sozeki. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold.
I'm sure it sounds Norse.
It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it!
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
Okay, thanks for lurking. Thanks for reading. Have a great night. I appreciate you coming in. I hope you had a good stream. I'm so overwhelmed. The Hound of Baskerville? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. Oh. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then. The collar you've described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from his quarry, of course.
Apparently Clint was married. I don't know who the wife was.
But it could have equally been from human prey. This is true, then. Clint Van Zeeks really was a professor.
Wait a minute, Nico! Oh my god, you're right! You're so right! Oh my god! No, I can't! Oh my god! I can't be screaming, it's 2 in the morning. She's the right age. I'm gonna have a panic attack. This game can't stop throwing right hooks directly into my face. So, in fact, the persons responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. Thank you, Eric. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm going to drop dead on the spot. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. Uncle Barrack! My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. I don't know how I'm supposed to keep going after figuring this out. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? Yeah, you ruthless murderer. 10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though this anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth. Oh my god.
Tell me, then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Exactly! The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Station, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean?
What do you think he means? Your dad figured all that shit out. He was a police officer.
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Osugi, turned up at my office one night. The professor. Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. And we need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
Yeah. I did backtrack on that, I think, during the stream, but I think last week I did say I thought maybe the only person he did kill was Clint.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenacious accusations of a visiting student.
I think I said last week that I thought Genshin only killed Clint and nobody else. I don't know. Or maybe I said it was the other way around. But I didn't think he killed all of them.
So I turned down Osugi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did...
He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings. By taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
Okay, I won't. I will ignore that message. Thanks, Nico.
As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Osugi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time.
Thank you, Nico. Great job. A beautiful array of emotes. I got you, Ivy. Don't worry. You could just like copy and paste it when it becomes relevant. I didn't read it.
I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? I should give you mod powers, Nico. I don't know why I haven't done that. Remind me to do that before stream's over. It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Do not. The last time someone gave me mod powers, I put the ship in secure mode. Oh no, I don't even know what that means.
Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Osugi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey. Poor Gregson.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Osugi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. And then you fucking murdered him. You went back on your deal and you murdered him. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
You, Kazuma. It was you.
What weakness?
Is you, Kazuma.
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Osugi.
Me? Yeah, obviously he did it for you. They probably fucking threatened him.
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Osugi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel.
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Osugi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Osugi?
Kazuma? He did it for me. That's... Strongheart really used a man's 14-year-old son to blackmail him into accepting being charged as a mass murderer. I think I said that earlier, when I presented the Osugi papers before I should have. Like, they were using Kazuma against him.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect his country's law and order, this country's law and order, at any cost.
So you fucking shot him.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Male Strongheart?
I thought we already determined that. Yes. Look at that fucking smirk.
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen?
I knew you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands. I think not. Those who cooperated with me already were too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe.
So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything.
It's not everything. Did you shoot Ryunosuke when he rose from the grave?
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Strongheart did it?
An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway.
Were they?
It was all in aid of keeping London safe. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this.
Abso-fucking-lutely not.
I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
It's just for the good of you. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
Yeah, good Kazuma.
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
I think he just specifically said, oh no, he's thinking, never mind. Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain, and since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
That made you suspect?
Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Osugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
I don't know about that.
But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Osugi, and the 3-page last will and testament.
The 3-page last will and testament? 3? 3 pages? Are you sure about that?
The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
Objection!
Later today, I'll present myself as at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
No, it's not.
Objection!
Yeah, thank you so much, Ryu.
Ooh, that was a good bang. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Not you. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Lord Strongheart, you fucking idiot. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his words, find the problem. I got it, my son. I got it, my boy. We still walk this earth. Yeah. Listen, I don't need you to say it again. I got it. I'm here. I'm in it. I figured it out. Maybe I was right. Maybe he really is the professor. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, counsel?
Among the statements you just made a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent.
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contained a contradiction? Which piece of evidence, I ask?
You fucking idiot. This here is the will and testament left by Mr. Osugi. The 2-paged will.
What?
Yet, moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament.
Could it be that originally there was a third page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden. What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for it. I remember the black, wear him like scrawls to the day, and quite certain, my lord, that there was a third page at the time. What? The first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. We wouldn't have said any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page ought to not be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? Hello, welcome. I do not object to your entrance. How dare they? I had the right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the Thank you, counsel. I have the third page of the document with you here now. My father's message. It'll be given to you at the end of these proceedings. No, it'll be given to me right fucking now. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing that may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Osugi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now. Good. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. I don't want to hear Caden read it. Only I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read Wareham language. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Oh, it's Mikotoba. Good. Oh, good. I'm so glad it's Mikotoba reading it. I would have been really upset if it was Caden reading it, but Mikotoba could read it. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! Good. You were still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. We have to twist the sword? It's gonna be in the sword! He hid it in the sword! Oh my god, he hid it in the sword! A haiku poem, twist thy head. Father, what is Kuruma? The name of the Osugi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations, and embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. No. Can I examine it right now? I don't think...
I don't think it's gonna let, no. We're probably gonna do it together.
In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties. Good. How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
No, it is not! No, it is not!
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital is seeking.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. Not true. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance.
Mr. Naruhodo!
I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I present evidence? Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Ugh, don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time you realize something, my lord. Hold on.
If I have evidence, I think it... Can I zoom in? I would love to zoom in. Oh, there we go. Huh.
Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh, yeah.
I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part of the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira. So Mr. Osuke's words really meant twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think? I do think. I do think, and I do not! Look what's inside it!
Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end.
Clint Van Zieks. And the date? 10 years ago. The real Clint Van Zieks was the katana swords we said our boyfriends along the way. On that fateful night.
So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Kuruma, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable.
I'm gonna scream.
This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
This is the Apolojustice waiting room. Oh, God.
Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
What did you have for the past 10 years?
I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How can you?
Decisive.
That was not Kazuma's voice, but it's fine.
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable.
Apolojustice? Do you mean waiting for the Apolojustice trilogy? Because I am, in fact. I've already played Apolojustice, but I have not played the last two. So I'm waiting to finish the series. Bittersweetly.
What did I say, Counsel? If you were capable.
Was that not the right thing to present? What the fuck? Oh my god. What am I supposed to present? Did I just not notice that the paper was actually in my inventory? I know. I would love them to make another one. Oh, I'm a dumbass. I just didn't use my eyeballs. It's right here. I would love them to make another one. Ugh, it would be so good.
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right.
It was.
Only, I have it right here, discovered just moments ago.
Impossible. That can't be.
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this. Inside Kuruma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Osuki obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The music of this game is so good. It's so good. The signature and seal certainly look official.
My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
Oh my god. I'm surprised Barrock hasn't fucking collapsed yet.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
No. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? Can I read what's written on the page? I didn't examine it. No, I'm not allowed to examine it. Okay.
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Yes.
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason? And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Lord Clint Van Zieks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then. No, for God's sake. All right, big baby man. You're going to baby jail. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Osugi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourage the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. Discourse, not discourage. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, among whom I willingly set my great hound, upon whom. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Osugi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. What a good line. So good. Ugh. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. I knew he was behind it. I knew it. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. When I finally finish this series, I'm gonna have to do ranking lists. My game ranks, but also my villain ranks. I'm so excited to rank all of them, worst to least worst. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. Oh yeah, this one is up there. I was just thinking, like,
I don't know if I find him or, oh god, what's his name? Gavin more appalling. Like, the two of them are throwing punches at the worst villain in the Ace Attorney series so far. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Osugi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Osugi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition, and made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Sashiro, you fool. As you know, Osugi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go as planned. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own idea about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast! If people find out the coward convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then, what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Osugi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. It has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us will be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! I can't believe... I can't. He shot his own friend. Jigoku shot Osugi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then, Jigoku and I put Osugi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. The fact Jigoku held this trip to Britain over Kazuma's head for the truth about his father, so he'd become an assassin, when he's the one who killed him. Just really wanted to use him. Ugh, it's so gross. All the adults in this game, I mean, basically everybody's an adult, but everybody's so gross. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Osugi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. I don't understand how Kazuma isn't just a puddle sobbing on the floor right now. Because I would be. Oh my god. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance.
who killed Osugi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too? Using what happened in the graveyard? By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years ago. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, while encouraging the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Gensen Osugi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little. When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Hell yeah, Ryu. You fucking tell him. Classic villain meltdown. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions and beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have to point it out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No. What? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. What are you talking about? Extortion, blackmail, being the one who plans the murder still means that you're part of it. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what, threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a... Nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, and evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. They would rightly lose faith in their justice system, because it's fucked. The general public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back into the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think of what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at all times occupy the darkness ourselves. No. We've successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All the other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of the proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course.
Can we pull on the rabbit again? Get Sherlock in here?
Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you?
No, absolutely not. That's the point. That was quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over in the years is... Yeah, whatever. No. Sherlock, I need you.
Family. Amelie's grandfather.
Sorry, that's a reference to something totally unrelated. Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude.
What the fuck is wrong with these people? White people, man.
Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Ryunosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's just really only one path left open to me. Use evidence. Yeah? Yeah. Yes, I know only too well that the only thing that carries any weight in court is evidence. It's hard evidence.
But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage of the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have amongst the evidence, it is now. Yup. It's the bunny rabbit.
Take that!
Oh my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I'll blow my nose directly into the microphone. It's so cold in here. My nose is running and my fingertips are frozen. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the trial will unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
All right, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, I must remind you every time. A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here.
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
I'm sorry. He's what? It's Mr. Sholmes. What is happening? Why is he a ghost? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. Like dancing! I could watch this all day. I could watch this all day. Look at him dancing with this fucking straight face. All day. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as a telephone? Well, yes, I heard that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. They really are soulmates. They both do gay little dances. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description. And so, somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally? Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. Wait, you can't be. Buckingham Palace? Did he transmit this whole trial to the Queen? Did he transmit this whole trial to the Queen? They apparently are a more popular ship. One that you are on. I'm so glad, Nico. What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Otto? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
We got the freaking queen on Zoom.
What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all.
Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty will be more than a little curious about the proceedings, so I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Sholmes, I love you. I want to give you a big smooch.
Indeed.
By dint of the Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph, probably.
You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare.
Fancy is having the worst day of his life. Just as I appeared to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there'd be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You...
I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely...
Oh, I'm sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message?
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. So good. So good. God, his eyes. Adjourned, 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 adjourned. Court is adjourned! Good. I was hoping that would break. I was so hoping that was gonna break. Oh my god, is it gonna fall off? Is it gonna fall on him? Oh, it's just gonna explode. Oh my god. That's a lot. Well, what a fiery and dramatic end to Male Strongheart. Oh, look at him, he's singed. Lord Clint Van Ziek slept a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Osiki's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. I would have loved to crush him, but it's way more satisfying that he is going to be convicted and found guilty by a jury of his peers and rot in prison
probably be put to death, but rot in prison. But the humiliation of the trial, that's really what I'm looking forward to. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Osuki's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. I love that Sholmes is still just chilling with us. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps this isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Osuki is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.
Clint. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set that about now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you killed?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend?
My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. You go. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my friend, my racism blind me. I know. But the man's got some trauma. And, like, I don't excuse the racism. Absolutely not. The man says some fucked up shit. But, like, I can see where it was coming from, you know? Again, the man's got some trauma that he put in the wrong places, fair. But he didn't know that. I'm willing to yeah, he's been cured of his racism. I'm willing to tentatively forgive him. I don't know if for you is, but when I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have been entirely made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Osuki, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Suzato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. If we're forgiving Kazuma, we can forgive Van Zeeks. Yeah, fair. I'm making fun of him endearingly. He's definitely, like, I vehemently hated this man until, like, these last two cases. I was so pissed off by him. And these last two bits, I've been like, okay, alright. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively, even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. All my little blorbos. Look at Kazuma's proud face. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced,
Thank you very much. So, until our paths crossed again somewhere. Back at home, I assume?
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak von Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak van Zieks, not guilty!
Oh. This game is so good.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Oh, thank you.
I will finish my drink.
It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly, truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
We'll stretch. Oh, thank you very much. Ugh. Everybody stretch. Thank you, Ivy. Ugh. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato.
Oh! Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Uh-huh, yeah. Miss Susato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now, since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellency you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. My brother is still dead. but I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if you were here.
He's gonna show up in a second, isn't he? Kazuma. Yep, there he is! Everybody's real grumpy. Everyone's real grumpy today. Miss Susato, there's another face like thunder here.
Oh my! And he really was here.
Lord Van Zieks. I love how they in transitioning to the side, made him shorter to match this man is taller than him.
Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin, if I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
Weren't you like maybe 20?
Like, you would not have the power to stop that baby prosecutor.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama. I need a hug before this game is finished.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Osugi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps... No, okay, it's you. I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What?
Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Shishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there, at once, in secret, telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there.
It's Iris.
A lady of the gentry. She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin?
Don't be daft.
It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. In his dying wish. My goodness! I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on.
What did you say? If something should happen to you?
Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Shishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere, it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep on the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of the darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. This is how Sholmes got the baby. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around to the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well... It's the trunk! It's the trunk in their house! Clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain a permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was give her a name. Oh? When I had come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. Did I name her after his wife? So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words,
The name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh!
That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. Guys, we figured this out ages ago, hours ago at this point.
Mr. Naruto, what's wrong?
This little thing just pitched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do. Let there be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you are simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief's injustice would require such measures.
Ryunosuke!
Oh, Iris!
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No, really? Oh, pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
All right, Iris. Thank you for your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ouch! Ugh, one final pinch goodbye, was it? Get it out of your back pocket. Kazuma. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. I love this little pose they have. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Kazuma, where are you going? Wait, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes? What are you intending to do? What are you intending to do now? Oh my god, I'm losing the ability to speak. Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh, no!
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeek family will be ostracized completely from London society. Go to Germany to hang out with your friend.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Kazuma. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the almighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed of that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Osugi. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hmm?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must. That can't be our final scene with Kazuma. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I'm staying in England. He's not going back to Japan. I swear to God. I'm home. Oh. About time you got here. Been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next big thing. Best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could use help with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose that fiendish runaway has concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. Not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Bruno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill my boots.
Oh, so cute. I love them all.
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yep, I'm losing me Coppers Clubber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me.
You really leaving the police force? But why, Jenny?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh.
And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver-turned-dick, is he?
Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of wielding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss.
Yes, Ginny. Yes, he was.
My God. Is it... the time? Holy shit. Oh yeah, I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? And I become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yeah, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Gina. Ginny.
Huh? Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused a lot of trouble trying to find out. So, for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley?
every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
I think Mikotoba. Yes, Sholmes? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. Exactly. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital. What did you say?
Oh well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Ah ha 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 ha. I'm gonna miss seeing Sholmes in that outfit and getting flustered about it. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. This stream is getting out of hand. I've been streaming for way too long. It's almost 4 in the morning. Holy fuck. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. I couldn't not finish the case. God. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now, the time has come. No, time to bid this place farewell. No. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sounds from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. That's a much more reasonable time than for me. I'm so glad it's not 4 in the morning for you. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. That's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zeeks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. Oh, we're finally figuring that. That's why. When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks case. Or to Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those 2 clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris' The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato-san came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case, Sholmes, that I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all of that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. No. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Suzato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it for myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Hi, Susato. Did you hear all that?
Suzato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you've already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did?
Suzaru-san. Ah, yes. I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly from having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid at court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Suzaru-san. Thank you. Getting emotional. Oh God, we're back here. I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
I'm gonna cry.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
What do you think he's doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Oh.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Everybody's asking me favors. No!
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
Oh my god.
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
Oh my god.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
Oh my god.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me.
Oh my god.
But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
Oh
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
Never.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
They can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
I swear to God, if I don't get
Kazuma,
end screen.
draw your sword.
This is what I'm getting instead of a hug.
one day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
So cute.
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
My dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be...
Objection.
Come, the game is afoot.
That's a good one too.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Runo.
Oh my god! I'm not okay. I'm not okay. That was so good. I think that's my favorite Ace Attorney game yet. I think I'm gonna definitively put. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day, but I'm no purveyor of electronic goods. And what of the promised close? Ugh. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. Sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Oh my god. I think this game is my number one.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Well, thank you for sticking around for 8 fucking hours. God. If anybody's still watching at this point.
In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, and you too are no more. In words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. I am very interested in that fic. I'm going to take a picture of it and I'm going to look it up later. Thank you very much.
The boss left a note for me, you know. I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? Toby. And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners. Oh, Gina. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. Oh my god. Now that it's fucking 4:30 in the morning, I can go to bed. But I have to see every character first. Gina, the truth is, I'm not that upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's good heart. You reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable future. And then, I gotta complete the education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say. Oh, Gregson. The music continues to be so fucking good. Great Ace Attorney 3 when?
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegally entering the office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Objection! A bleak overstatement! Overruled. The Ministry of the detained.
Who is this catfish counsel for the defense? The woman is forbidden to enter the courtroom.
Oh, really? My friend Susanna-san is in the British courtroom all the time, doing a wonderful job.
Oh my god, I got beat the fuck up. Perhaps I should have engaged services of a regular legal team. Oh my god.
That's who you got to defend you, my man? That was maybe not the smartest move, but sure.
Dragon's Embrace. Ugh.
Alright, thank you. Give me all the fanfic recommendations.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
Oh, thank you so much. I will be staying till the end. Don't even worry. Those end credit pictures are my favorite. I think I have the one from the last game is currently my work computer background.
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barra, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes.
Good old hairbrain. You keep doing you, my man. Ugh, that's another game down. 2 more left and I'll have played every Ace Attorney game. When I went back to make the waxwork impressions of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even with the witness stand at the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing which your spells will not do. The end of January cannot come fast enough. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna play next week. Or in like the 4 weeks until What's It comes out. Hee everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know. Everyone calls me a pepino. I sell it to spaghetti, and I'm more redder than my hair. They call me... No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daly, how charming. You made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. At least, she's happy. The day after your birthday, what a good birthday present! I'm so excited. I gotta pre-order it. I just gotta bite the bullet and pre-order it. It's expensive at $50. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. However it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one else I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care. Karuma. I was saying it wrong the whole time, as I have been mispronouncing like almost all of the Japanese names. It took me until very recently to pronounce Ryunosuke correctly.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
You said the thing. You said the thing, Susanoo. Here we go. Oh my god. Look at them. Oh my god. My babies. And that's it. Hi, Ryu. I don't want to watch all of these credits if I can avoid it. Because it's... I'm sure it's... There's another picture after the... Can I just skip this? If I hit skip, will it take me to the picture? Or do I have to wait? Because it's 4:30 in the morning. And I do need to get some sleep. It won't. You have to wait. God damn it. Alright. I'll just we'll let it go while I ramble. God, that was so good. I genuinely think that's my favorite Ace Attorney game now. I don't think I've screamed as much during an Ace Attorney game as I have this one. Oh my god. I'm trying to think of like how I'd rank them. This is definitely my favorite. I think maybe... Oh, is it the third Ace Attorney with Godot? That might be my second favorite. Yeah, it's the third one. I don't remember what they're called. I think that's my second favorite, because I love Godot. He's great. He's such a good character. Wild and insane, but... Yeah, everybody was so well written. All the characters were so fun. And, like, the animation also really did it for me. Like, I wasn't sure. At first, I was like the 3D animation, I was like, you know, so used to the 2D looks of every other game, but it really works, and it looks so good, and every little voice actor part made me scream in the little anime openings that happen sometimes. I definitely think I liked the second game more than the first, but the first was also really strong. They're both so good. Ugh. So good. Our little trail. There's Wagahai following us. Our little trail of friends. Ugh. There's Barak. With his crazy friend. Strange because the first game is really more of a part one. Yeah. It really is. You absolutely could not play the second game without the first one, I don't think. There's too much. Whereas, like, you could, in theory, pick up any of the other, like, at least of the original trilogy Ace Attorney games and, like, get it after a while. Not that you couldn't get it here, but you'd be missing so much if you did not play the first one first, obviously. Gregson. Gregsy. I'm so sad that he had to die. She's doing little dances. Look at these dorks. Oh my god, I love them both. Oh my god. Y'all remember when I was suspicious of Mikotoba for like 5 minutes? And now I love him. Ugh. I had right to be suspicious. He was hiding things, but... Okay. That's all I have to say about him. Where's Kazuma? Kazuma, there he is. Now hug. Okay, yeah, I get it. That, just touch the tips. Now I need Ryu and Kazuma statues like I have of these babies, so they can live also next to me on my desk. Ugh, Capcom. Buddy. I need you to get your shit together. Let my gay lawyers hug. Let them hug! If not smooch passionately. Oh, look at it. He's so cute. Finn. Where's my picture? Oh my god. Oh. I'm gonna need those last 2 pictures. I'm gonna need both of them so that I can make them my computer background. Oh, these. I really... Brothers of Ambitious Dreams. Oh, God. Alright. Oh, I gotta go. I gotta stop streaming. Gotta stop streaming. I have to be done. Oh my god. Thank you for hanging out for as fucking long as this was. I appreciate you hanging out and all your insights. I loved reading them. Oh my god. I'm gonna be thinking about this game for a long time. Thank you guys for hanging out. I need to go to bed. It's very late in the morning. I don't know what to play next week. I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll put a poll on Twitter. We could either play a totally different game, or we could do those like little special side stories. Just play all of those that we did a couple of earlier. I don't know. We'll see. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You're the best. I love you all very much. I hope you guys have a great rest of your Friday night. There's no more Friday night. And a fantastic weekend and a Merry Christmas if you celebrate. And I will see you guys all next week. All right? Goodbye.